Let's see. Audio is here. Just checking everything. Seems to be all righty. So we're gonna continue, and I mean, I should be able to finish Jaina Proudmoore from Warcraft. More precisely, World of Warcraft. Oh, ouch, my junk. So we're gonna move in any second now to the working desk and start doing my stuff. Okay, everything seems to be fine. Let's get over. I should test Lisa. Okay, Lisa is working. You see our Jaina Proudmoore, and we're gonna glued the staff together again. I think I'm gonna finish first, of course. Like the crystal here. And she has all kinds of gold on her. You see here on this picture. Pretty much everything else left is goldish. Some belt stuff is dark grayish. We have some like painting on her front flap thing here, which is just a little bit whiter. I think it's like a bird or some nonsense. We have a crystal here on the front, and the rest, like everything, is outlined with this goldish color, which we have gold, like with metallic looks. You see it shimmering. This gold, it's splendid gold, or maybe more a champagne gold. I'm not entirely sure. Maybe I should mix, because this is a little bit too bright, the splendid gold, and the champagne gold is a little bit too dark. Maybe make a little mix. And what I got in the meantime is, because I complained a lot about how to mix or get like paint out of those small bottles and to mix, I found those cocktail spoons, which have just a small surface, and it's pretty straight and not like bent like a normal spoon. And I think it's like perfect for my purposes here. So we're gonna mix those two, and we need kind of a darkish gray also for the little threads on her shoes. Gonna make that the same, I guess, like the belts, ring or whatever you call that on the belts. And she has all kinds of little nuances, like this badge or whatever that is, this insignia. It's brown, and the rest around is all again gold and all that. Very, very, very detailed stuff today. That's what's gonna suck up all the time. So let's get started getting the golds together. I guess we actually don't want this big one. I'm not sure if I opened any of those golds. I did. Let's scrap together what we have here in the cap. Is that maybe a little bit too much? I don't know, maybe not. Maybe not. Also, to clean out those cocktail spoons, should be pretty easy to do. I think the champagne one we didn't open, did we? No. Make a mess. Looks a little bit like noble poop, sort of. I think we don't need a lot of the champagne one. Let's see. This one. I mean, it's shine. The light is shining in directly from above on it. I'm gonna use it a little bit more, and again more of the splendid one, so we have just enough for today, because that's gonna be our main color today. All those details. We're gonna need some blue, and hopefully we can make it a shiny blue for the crystal. And she has 2 crystals on her staff, one at the top, one at the bottom. Okay, hopefully that's more than enough. The little shimmering particles, which makes it metallic. Yeah, that looks like a good gold. The champagne one is more like copperish. A little bit too dark. Mixing those two together, kind of perfect. Kind of perfecto. We're gonna test it out right away on the broken staff here, because those things are golden too. Like the rings on the staff. He has 2 rings on it and another big ring around the crystal. And I think this reverse trident, I would say that's what it is. Should also be gold. Now to the choice of our brushes here. Let's see how the gold behaves. Oh, I guess we're gonna need 2 layers minimum. More like 5. You almost don't see anything. And I'm learning as usual while painting. It's my second real figure I'm painting with independent paint. The 3 Warhammer little guys, they had their paint shipped in the set. We're just gonna let it dry and see how it goes. It's a thin layer. We're gonna do another thin layer later on. Let's check out. I have to be very careful. This gold is not sticking super well. I was not anticipating like having only very thin layers of it. Well, it is what it is. Just rechecking like the pieces. Like only this last piece is gold here. On white it looks a little bit better, but it's still a very thin layer. And we want a good separation from the rest, because now it's literally just the edges of everything. And right now I have a spray for the primer, which is gray. It's a very good primer, but the gray is not optimal, I would say, especially not for the white. And we see right now not for the gold either. That's why I thought of, let's get maybe a cheap paintbrush set. You know, we don't need precise paintbrushing, but with a primer would be maybe perfect. Has yet to arrive, and I'm not sure on what figure we're gonna try it out first in the future. Speaking of figures, if anybody pays any attention to what I'm saying, which is not a lot of people, I have a 3D printer myself now. If you have a 3D model or know where to get one and want me to paint that so badly, down in the video description, as always, contact links, either via Discord, Gab, X, or good old email. Believe it or not, but email is very reliable. And has a nice personal touch to it. You know, Usually normal people who have some decency in them, greet each other in email still. I guess if you're older than, I don't know, 30 years old at least. You remember that greeting part in letters? Well, I guess human decency these days not worth a lot anymore, huh? Everything has to be quick, fast. Nobody has time to cook. It has to be fast food.
All your base belongs to us.
Hey, Mexican. I thought you don't have time today to watch. What happened? Did you cancel your I don't know, burrito meeting? Or whatever you were doing today? Maybe working, because that's a thing in the US. They like to work on Sundays. Did you even get finally the cheese to try out? And tell me if you like it too. It's kind of tricky. For what purpose? This looks more like yellowish now. Another layer is warranted for sure. Don't touch the wrong spots. So shoes, boots. It's gonna be very tricky, super fine. That's kind of a fine brush, but it's not fine enough, not thin enough. It's now kind of tricky to layer down and do it calmly and precise. Crazy. What did he do? Lisa didn't say shit. Instead of using water to thin it, I have this thinner, and I hope it's more professional. Thin it out, but still keeping it hopefully good pigmented. That's the term to use. What are you talking about? White supremacist? Are you talking about the royals in the UK? Surprise. Those are real supremacists. I almost did the edge of this part here. Not to be done. Why would I need a gun? The chances to be killed by the government is higher with a gun. Big surprise there. Lisa didn't say your phrase there about the gun. Well, now we have gun discussions, don't we? And that resin is not strong enough to be able to hold like mini explosion in a chamber. There are 3D printers out there that can print with metal. I think they use like powder. And just melt it together. But the government is not very fond of that approach. That people could print out fucking guns. I wonder why. Maybe there's something to do with control. But that sounds like a crazy conspiracy theory, right? That the government owns all your guns. Sounds super far-fetched, doesn't it? Or at least they want all to know who has guns and who doesn't. Because you don't need to go to people who have guns first, right? Get rid of those people who don't have guns. because the smallest thread, right? Yeah, I don't like this gold. It's super thin. I guess I should try to remember for next time. If it's white, it's gonna be better, but even the white is like shitty. But with the white, it's just more visible, the gold. Right now I have kind of grayish bluish resin for myself to print. Still like 1 liter left of it after I printed 2 guts from Berserk figures. But the next 4 bottles I already ordered and got this week are clear resin. Clear resin would be great for a crystal like that. Unfortunately, I didn't find this figure as 3D for free anywhere. I'm not gonna pay, I think it was like 30 bucks or so. Just the 3D model for this one. I asked the guy on eBay, from which I got Jaina Proudmoore, if he can give me just the arm and the staff, because it's one piece, you know. And he was like, I have an idea. If you order another figure, I will give you the arm 3D model. Like, okay. It's not like I can make money only with the fucking arm if he gives me the model for the arm only. But hey, you need to grift wherever you can. And I think that's what he thought. And from the money-making perspective, that's not wrong. For himself. But I'm not gonna buy anything from him anymore. If that's like your approach, okay. I overdid it. Shit, where are my Q-tips? All the way to the back. Should be able to clean that very tiny spot now. Okay, good. Worked. Maybe this brush is actually also not great. Those cheap ones were actually always great. think somebody's just using emotes, maybe. MrsSarge. What are you gonna do there? Did you brought a gun with you? Everything is gonna need about 3 layers of gold to make it look somewhat decent. It's crazy. I didn't know about the gold being so bad. For next time, maybe do it like with a yellow instead of white. Yellow might be better. Like for the first layer, and then let it dry for a week and do the rest with the gold on it to make it shiny, you know. I mean, with the reflection of the light, it looks more goldy, but I see a lot of the color from below shining through. What drywall? Kind of lost what you mean. Getting very close to her titties. Keep them titties white. Well, you never told me about that. Are you expecting me to know what you're talking about? I probably have, but most likely it was not an issue for me. What me? Is Ouch My Junk trying to diss me? I have to let it dry a little bit here. Painting all over the places. If she's stable, I guess I can do a little bit work here. The buttons are also gold. Does she have buttons on both sides? Yes, she does. Today, very chill music, very calm, very relaxing. Okay, shoulder pads, we can kind of already do something here. All three pieces, layers. But in between we have a tiny bit blue, which needs to remain. Super fine work. Will you?
He'll be back.
Buttons fine. What else is gold on her chest, like at the cleavage here? Those two small pieces. Let's see here, here. I'm gonna get, because of this music, 1 million copyright claims on YouTube. Same songs like 2 or 3 times by different fucking wannabe claimant. That is actually our copyright. Well, not really, but we're just gonna abuse the system anyway. Because YouTube is just like that. Make it easy, able to abuse it. And why shouldn't we? Since 2010, YouTube just fucked everybody over with the copyright claims. Their system, their automated nonsense. They don't really give a shit about laws and the right to use music in certain situations. Like literally doing only illegal shit. But people and institutions with more money just can fucking tell YouTube, well, that money belongs to us. YouTube is not going to protect you from those douchebag fraudulent bitches. Nope, they help them actually do their scams. She has a lot of fine work on the shoulder, you see there. That is supposed to be golden. Too. Okay, let's see if we can do that decently. Fear not. Do we have to try nonetheless? I don't know what the other paint is out there. Maybe like lead paint that sticks super well or some shit. But professional paint might be really expensive, I assume. And ouch, my junk is not paying me. Oh, broke boy. From Cognadia. But I'm gonna research sooner or later just to find out if other paint is just more easy to apply and therefore actually worth. Okie dokie. Not too bad, but also not amazing great. Not even mediocre great so far. Now reach that place beneath her hair. The chances to fuck it up extra high. Also, actually, we have a lot of gray in here, so shoulder pad and shit. Or the cape, that's the cape. It's part of the cape, but this corner is at least gold too. Step by step, layer by layer. We are getting there, I think. Now this armor here, wrist armor, has also gold around. Her glove, I think it was gold fingers. Yeah, the picture it's more like a claw. But those little pieces are also gold. Like on the inside, it's leather. But with metal pieces protecting the fingers. Again, not sure why she needs that, because she is a mage. She's not going into battle with a sword. She stays in the back and casts her little shit from afar. Now our backside. Let's check. It's only this arrow shape here. The very low part. Only the tip. I always have to figure out how to lay her down, not to break anything. Not to hold her head all the time. Otherwise, there's a chance I might get rid of some color when my fingers stick on it. Oakley dokley. I did it a little bit too harsh here. That's not cool. Well, it is what it is. Her staff has a name. I know so much, I don't remember it though. But like every major weapon in World of Warcraft has a specific name. To make it look like it's more epic than it's actually. Maybe it's Jaina Proudmoore's happy staff. Or the pole of joy. We have some unwanted white on the crystal here. Some cracker color. We are doing progress though, little by little. Now I'm gonna do the inside of that leather piece. Don't want to touch the white parts. Grab her gently. Can't really see what I'm doing here because it's so close to the leg. It's kind of in the shadow. But I hope that was good enough. Okay, I'm gonna do here those fragmentals, those ornaments, and then let it dry. And I want some tea. We need some tea in us. Maybe this thinner is also shitty. Maybe I shouldn't use the thinner. I don't know why you're thinking anybody said about that. Anything, Ritznum? Sounds to me like wishful thinking, buddy. But if you like peace, get them peace. Stupid staff in the way. Don't disturb Ratsnum. He's searching for penises. Maybe you want to give him yours, ouch my junk. Because yours is giving you pain only. Okay. Can do a very basic layer here. The cape. Tea time. I mean, on webcam it looks pretty neat already, very golden, but it's way too thin yet. Way too thin. I don't like how Rumble changed the layout in Rumble Studio. Previously you had like the links already clickable when you set up a stream. That's not the case anymore. Only when you go live, you can click on the links if it's for YouTube and Rumble itself and all that. So nothing system-wise really anything changed, improved. They just changed the layout. I don't even think it's better than what we had previously. You have like more buttons to click around to see certain stuff now. But we all know Rumble is not the smartest company out there. Scott Adams celebration of life. A real coffee with Scott Adams. Well, you didn't give a shit really about him prior. I just needed to check if I'm on Rumble Premium, but no, ouch, my junk is here, so. Nobody wants quality content, chill tunes and shit. MrsSarge reposted, that's what I'm seeing right now. Telling her followers where she is not at. I'm gonna grab my tea and bring it over. And see. Let's do a second layer. I have to check about those, if they are like flame-like holders or if that's also gold on the crystal. I forgot that part, damn. Let me check quick here on my desk. Jaina Proudmoore staff, we looked up last time. Yeah, that's also golden. That's also golden. I should have already painted it, but well. Captain Hindsight abilities here. In hindsight, we all know better. Feels like the paint is drying up pretty quickly, this gold. I don't like that. That's my second layer on this part. And it's gonna need a third one. We don't want to touch the crystal. I have to be very careful. Yeah, the gold is almost like more glitter than anything, than real color. I mean, when it's completely dry, it is a little bit better visible. But not enough. Oh, has anybody any news to share? I mean, real news. Maybe UrhG is pregnant. It hasn't told anybody yet. Now is the chance. It's a time and chance for you. Ouch. Well, if you would have a dog, wouldn't that be great? At least bigger dogs usually love snow. I guess Chihuahuas not so much. Because you can't handle them, or you're not allowed to? I bet you're not allowed to. I wouldn't mind a dog. A good companion. A fort. Is it about affording pets? Kind of crazy. I just don't know any places here in Switzerland where you just can go and get one. If I would find a little puppy on the roads, I wouldn't think about affording or anything. I would just make it a good friend. Well, I think with dogs and pets in general, it's the same like with humans. Don't feed them garbage, and don't give them any garbage toys to chew on. Because dogs usually are more resilient than humans, so I'm not sure why so many vet visits are necessary in the first place. That's the second layers on those front parts here. Why are you spending money for that? Just go into the woods. Oh, sorry. You're not even allowed to go into the woods when they don't allow you. The government of Cognadia. But that's how I would do it. I would go into the woods, make a hole, bury my beloved companion there. Or burn it yourself. Because everything is a business for those fuckers. And they attach some obscure wannabe laws or orders or some code with that nonsense. I guess I am just way more rebellious than you are, ouch. Which part should I do? I think the chest was next. It's gonna be 3 layers minimum. Damn it. I love how they show you pictures of those figures, like perfectly painted, but they don't tell you that it's actually made in a 3D software. With some dynamic lights around it. And pretending, oh yeah, that's how it's gonna look when you paint it. Sure. If you have robot-like, god-like precision and calm fingers and hands, and perfect paint, then it might look like that. Maybe. Okay, I'm gonna try to make her a little wannabe cross, whatever that is. You need a dog that accepts you like you are. Ouch, my junk. That gets your crotch pain and doesn't judge you. Not too much gold there. Damn. Second layer on the buttons. They were already pretty good on the white, but let's make them extra nice. Actually, the holes here on the chest for the threads are also golden. Like where the thread goes through the ring is a little gold ring. Ouch, where were you yesterday? Haste and El Masquerado could have used you as a training puppet in Unreal. Speaking of that, have you installed it at all? Or you're gonna waste everybody's time when you're gonna be available to play? You need to install it right now. mean, they might have not, because I was on 1 a.m. in bed. Well, install it right now. It's not a big thing to do. Prepare it. Have the Rumble, my Rumble server in the favorites and all that. I even uploaded yesterday the UrhG installer, which is way smaller. Not that the game was big anyhow. It was old game and shit. Instead of 600 megabyte, 350. And my server's still running. I set it up over a year ago. It's still running perfectly fine. I'm so not happy with the gold and the white. But she is starting to come together. I'm gonna do her face last. Oh shit. That was a little scary drop. You don't need that amount of SSD storage. 2 terabyte, 1 terabyte for system, and 1 terabyte for the most used games and apps. You're better off if you buy a HDD. A cheap one, like 8 terabyte. Ginger. What are your congratulations about? So far, it sounds just like a wish of him. Nothing really substantial. I can wish all day long, yeah. I have 4 5090s. Canadian wishful thinking. And for all I know, he might get ripped off. I mean, again, if you're gonna get a good deal, sure, go for the 4 terabyte, but not necessary. I just think it's not necessary to spend more than you need. Because SSDs you can buy later on anyhow. It's not like a big deal. When prices come down again a little bit, you know. So with 2 terabyte, it's gonna be enough for system and the most used apps you have. And I somehow doubt that you're gonna be a professional video editor. Ouch. Meaning you're not gonna go for HDR, state-of-the-art editing, 4K, 60 FPS, and all that nonsense. And depending on the software anyhow, on your editing software, it might demand not a lot. It's gonna be enough gold for us. We can mix new one when we need. But it's certainly starting to dry out on the edges. Sure. Pay even more for it. Hey, why are you giving him such an advice? Again, he's not doing it professionally, I'm pretty sure. And you're just gonna limit his usage, actually. If it's not gonna be only for video editing, it's not gonna be worth for him to get expensive Mac Minis. They are expensive. Well, they will, because Macs were never really a mass product. But they probably got like a lot of stock. Well, Premiere Pro you can get on Mac too. I don't know though if they finally have made it like if they adjusted it to Mac CPUs finally. Ouch, don't listen to him. I know he means well, but he can't put his mindset into normal people. As soon as he wants to do anything Windows, like gaming, other stuff, it's gonna be quite more limited on a Mac already. Whatever he got for his balls. Because he sold it off his balls. About 350. Get over here. Oh, why are you sticky? Why are you sticky, lady? What the fuck? Don't be sticky. Don't break off her fingers. Are LED colors even a thing still? Well, if you want something decent to game on, you have kind of to go with NVIDIA GPUs. So if you wait longer, ouch. You better buy it now. It's Canadian dollars. They are even less worth than US dollars. So you better get now a GPU and RAM maybe, because I think the prices are not gonna go down in the near future. Probably more like up. It's like 20-25%. Which makes 1 Swiss franc about 150 Canadian. 125-ish US. Money is more worth. Well, it better trains a little bit. What were your pings on the server? The server is on the East Coast. What are you installing? Is that a game? There's no such thing as outdated. You probably just need to reconnect, and your client should actually just download the map by itself. And El Mascarado, how about you come visit me in Switzerland, and I'm gonna slap you. And you tell me how soft the slap was or not. What the fuck is that hair? Must have been a hair of a brush. I mean, he can also have a fucking punch in his face. He desires so much. But I think a slap is just nicer. With less lasting fucking effects on his face. It might improve his face though. So what's up in the ghost town? Probably not a lot. You still haven't told me what are you looking for in the ghost town. Why are you going into a ghost town? I mean, it's your gay ass Starlink. I'm still fucking waiting for the phone call for my installment of the line from the streets to the apartment. They sent me like the modem, the fiber modem, 3 days or 4 days after I ordered the new line. To be kind of fair, they warned me it's gonna take 6 to 8 weeks. Still annoying though. Well, that's a given. Like 1.5 years ago, they had like almost every day a news on X about the Rumble player being so great. Every week updating something new, blah blah blah. It looks like I overdid it with the gold here on this side. Holy crap. Let's see, can I scratch it off. And what was the outcome of all those news about the player being so great, blah blah blah? Since at least a year, nothing really was majorly changed and upgraded and updated on the player. I think the last news was that they are working on a player for PlayStation and Xbox alike, but they are waiting for some permission by PlayStation, Sony, and Microsoft. Well, I got news for you. Nobody cares for that shit. You're trying arbitrarily to raise your viewer numbers by force feeding it to a system. Just having more AFK users doesn't improve your whole platform. Just saying. Yeah, how well does it work though? I kind of have my suspicion it's worse than the app on the phone or TV or anywhere. Just have my suspicion. I completely forgot her fingers. Damn. Yeah, I mean, browser in general. Even on the phone, when I'm going to Rumble, I'm not using the app because officially I can't download the app from the Play Store because my account is Switzerland and they tied it very close to that attribute. So I'm using Firefox on my phone. I mean, just very, very rarely, but still when I have to. It's working on the phone in the browser well enough. Because the stream itself, the data stream, the MP4, is actually better quality, kind of more stable than YouTube stuff. I'm not gonna use fucking Chrome, that's for sure. Opera can go lick me balls. 2. Firefox is working on my phone pretty well. I wish stupid Mozilla it's a non-brand, probably from China. Does it have a name? I guess the name is Art Int Trend or Art Int Rend. I guess more in trend. I guess that's the brand. If that's a brand at all. Probably not. I'm just not very happy with the gold. Ah, motherfucker me! Big fuck up. Quick. Try to fix that. Without getting rid of the blue. Well, that had time to dry up pretty well since last Sunday. I wish only for Mozilla fucking having stable and working I explained that last time. She used her magic too much. Thunderbird, that's what I wish from Mozilla. Fucking stable email client on my phone. Because right now, if I'm using any email stuff, I'm just using the Google built-in nonsense. Oh fucking hell. How did I slip there? Which is not super fun. She is not old at all, actually. To reach certain spots, not easy. I mean, they are quite hidden, but still. Next figure, we're gonna try it different approach. I printed Guts, the Berserk Guts, twice. Well, I can view it right now. So much is clear. And I printed it like one complete at once, the guts, statue, and one in parts. So I'm gonna figure out if I'm gonna go the approach like painting every part first individually and then stick it together. Hard to decide because I needed to like glue her together. I needed to glue her together, otherwise, yeah. And one piece is just nicer, like very more stable. Do I need to do a dry pause here? Pre-build. I'm not sure if I will ever buy a pre-build. Besides a notebook, maybe, of course, but like desktop-wise, I don't know. Sounds like a bad idea. Yeah, but Lenovo is also Chinese. I mean, I guess it fits with Ouch My Junk and being Canadian. They love them CCP people. Or just CCP. Okay, lady. You take a little breaky break. We're gonna check what Ouch My Junk thinks. Taiwan is China too. Ask the Chinese government. Wait, that looks like a stupid Amazon pre-built from a unknown, at least to me, very unknown Skytech. Well, they don't have a say. That's the thing about what is it called? Secessions. If the government doesn't allow it, it didn't happen yet. That's not how countries work. Unfortunately for the Taiwanese. Skytech Prison 4. What CPU did Arch select? 9950 XD3D. In my opinion, overkill, not really needed. Do I see it? Do I see it? 5080, 16 gigabyte, of course. I don't see prices here. I see all buying options. Okay, I clicked on it. Come on. 7,366 Canadian. Plus 100. No, 430 shipment. Yeah, 8,000. 8,000 Canadian dollar. Swiss francs. $4,500 Swiss francs. How much RAM? At least nice amount of RAM. Yeah, I understand that. X3D. Does it tell us which kind of RAM that is? 6,000. Not the fastest, but also not the slowest. While it's drying, I'm just looking up on my shop here in Switzerland. Like part-wise. If it would come close to what it is. I mean, the case looks kind of okay. Not for me, because I have Blu-ray, 4K Blu-ray writer. And all that fancy RGB can go suck it. I think RGB has become only for faggots. Gonna be very honest about that. DDR5. Let's see. RAM is gonna be probably literally the most expensive in the whole system here. Which is kind of insane. Half a year ago it was like a quarter of the price. Best would probably 2 times 32 instead of 4 times. And it depends though. Maybe the main board has 4 channel. Not sure. On the X870 main boards, probably not. Usually that's reserved for workstations with Threadrippers and such. or the workstations AMD CPUs, which are like the Ryzen Pros. X8 870s. We have all kinds of mainboards with that chipset. Does it tell us what mainboard they included here? Which model exactly? It doesn't look like they are telling you. Yeah, they are not telling on Amazon which mainboard it is. Can we see on the pictures maybe? I can't make it out. Looking at the picture only, yeah, it looks like one of the very basics one. I wouldn't trust it. I myself would go either MSI or ASRock. I posted a long ago, like now, almost 2 months ago, about my mainboard. The ASRock Tai Chi. Which is absolutely a premium mainboard. If I wouldn't got that one, I would have gone with an MSI, absolutely. Fuck Asus. Asus is asshole. Kind of. And Gigabyte is always a weird one to select. I once liked Gigabyte most. Not so much these days. I would say the MSI Mag X8070 Tomahawk. It's a little bit more pricey, but you're gonna have usually everything you need. USB wise, multiple 10 gigabit USB and all that. And 5 gigabit network adapter. Let's put that in the basket. Okay, we were at RAM. Well, there are not many choices out there. You have pretty much have only Realtek or Intel. Unless you go to 10 gigabit, then you have some obscure, usually unknown. Let's see. 2 times 32 gigabyte RAM. The thing is, it has to be available, right? That's the biggest problem right now. We have here Kingston Fury Beast, and there was another Kingston which was available. Also Fury Beast, but cheaper. But it's the same speed. guess just take the cheaper one if it's the same speed, 6000 megahertz. Put that into the basket. Oh, I put twice the CPU in. RAM. Do we see the power supply? Yeah. Ouch, my junk. We are all over that already. You slow motherfucker. Funny thing, product description, they say just on mainboard. Brand may vary. That's not very confidence assuring here, you know. The operating system doesn't matter at all. I would get it manually anyhow. I am looking what I'm looking at. Power supply doesn't tell me. But you're gonna be okay with 850 and up. 750 would be still probably very fine. But just to be sure, an 850. Net supply there. I would get either a Corsair, Be Quiet, and what was the third one I was thinking? Corsair, Be Quiet. Yeah, I don't remember the third one. Most likely I would go with Corsair, Be Quiet, I mean. I'm gonna select both. Yeah, but that is like the least stuff to think about, because that's not gonna cost you anything if you want to get it. We're gonna get though 80 plus gold. Gold certified. So now pay $40 more for a 1 kilowatt power supply on 850. 850 is really enough. If you don't insert another GPU and all that, it's really not necessary to go higher. Makes no sense. Yeah, but you might be able to save like a third of the whole price. And that saving you could go either like a better CPU, or I mean in that case it's not going to be a lot of better CPUs out there. But go maybe with a nicer cooling solution. I'm pretty sure they have in Canada micro centers. Power supply. Case-wise, it's always like a question of if you like it or not. For me, the cases are kind of like more functional than anything. But I see right away one that is very similar. Has not this wooden look on it. The Lian Li 011 Vision Compact. EATX and ATX. Okay, that's perfect for us, I guess. Yeah, this has kind of exactly the same build to it. 120. Put it in the basket. Yeah, as far as I understand it, they are very well suited and have all the components always on stock. CPU, mainboard, power supply, RAM, case, cooling solution. I guess you... Do you like the style you posted, Ouch My Junk? Does it matter for you to have a water cooling solution? Do you like the RGB? I mean, there are all kinds of all-in-one solutions. Socket AM5. Socket. It looks like they have gone in prices up quite a lot. Again, I think all that RGB nonsense. You can turn off RGB as usually. But let's say you want some RGB. There's the Be Quiet Silent Loop 360. So you have a nice performance there. 130 in the basket. Now we need SSD. Four terabyte SSD. Because that's what our Ouch My Junk so desperately wants. SSDs have kept now more or less stable again. Watch it. You're a brown guy, aren't you? Wait, why are you showing me those external ones? Are you retarded? And I would go here with Samsung. Just having like Samsung is like top notch. And price wise, not even higher than other brands. They go with a Samsung 990 Pro. And you're gonna be happy, man. Samsung. But not PCI 4, PCIe 5. That's what we want. Might be a little bit more expensive on the Samsung, but I think it's worth. Because you're gonna have like insane speeds. Your CPU is gonna be at work. Having like 13 gigabyte data transfer, it's nice. Put that in the basket. And lastly, the GPU. 580. A 5080, doesn't it have to be a 5080? It's 1,125 Swiss francs for a gigabyte Aera overclock, not lock. Lol. I'm not building it. I could. Shipment would be pretty crazy. I'm just like trying to compare prices of this pre-build. Just roughly to see what Ouch My Junk could save. And I'm just looking if I missed anything. Holy shit. What's wrong with that guy? He always comes in, gives me money, and goes away again. Thank you very much for the 10. Let me see in OBS. Do I have a full screen option? You just could stay and talk to us. Yeah. We are just checking for Ouch My Junk, some computer stuff. While I wait for the paint to dry more. Oh, Kingdom. It's a little bit small here. Can I enlarge my basket? Yes, kind of. Let's zoom in. Not needed. It is. Haste. Just tell people that the link for Discord is down below in the video description. You just can click on it. Very, very simple. But thank you. I'm not gonna dance for you. So we have here the AMD CPU, which is in the pre-build. A nice MSI mainboard, Kingston Fury, which is just fucking 6 months ago you paid probably like $200 for that. 850 watt power supply, and that is okay. You see the case is kind of similar. That is the cooling solution, the all-in-one liquid cooler. Samsung 9100 Pro. Like I said, 13 gigabyte speed. In writing, reading it's 14. And the gigabyte GeForce RTX 5080. Yeah, be careful there, I guess. And it would cost roughly 3,500 Swiss francs. just go 3,500 CFS, Canadian dollar, CAD, which would be 6,100, 6,200 Canadians, right? And I assume you could get all those parts I selected here, or very similar ones, maybe in different like case. So you would save roughly about 2,000 Canadians dollars if you go look out for the parts yourself, scrap it together. If the 8,000 Canadian dollars would be like the limit in the first place, you could go with higher speed RAM. But RAM is overall an issue right now. It's just you can't get a lot of RAM in the first place. But maybe like a 7,000 and an upwards speed there. You could save money on the GPU, in my opinion. You don't need even like to have it for more years. 5070 Ti. Yeah, but the parts, like, in general are the same. You can maybe pay like 20 plus or less. You too, Bentley. Thank you again. You're gonna get most of those parts similar for a similar price. Maybe a different power supply for $10 more. Maybe in Canada right now the RAM is a little bit less, could be. Maybe instead of an MSI mainboard for $40 less from Asus or ASRock in Canada. So overall the prices will not change dramatically, I'm pretty sure. You know? The point is, like, do it yourself, build it yourself. You would save easily 1,500 Canadians. You know? That is my point. Because that pre-build doesn't tell you what mainboard it is. It doesn't tell you what SSD really it is. It is Gen 4 anyway, so it's a last gen. Not that it matters too much, because even Gen 4, PCIe 4 is pretty fast overall. Doesn't tell you the brand of the GPU either, so you might get a brand that has like really bad support if anything goes wrong. 1-year warranty. In Switzerland we have all 2-year for everything, which is kind of nice, isn't it? California, built and designed. That's why the shipment is probably pretty high for you. Ouch, my junk. It is not from Canada. Just saying, I wouldn't get this pre-built. I guess maybe I can make a link. export the linky link. All the parts here. And you could go like with 1000 watt power supply if that's really what you need. No. If you want better performance with newer technologies, absolutely you have to. Especially when it goes a little bit with video encoding. And if you do like the GPU encoding, AMD is still dog shit. Absolutely. Compared to NVIDIA and Intel. So it would really not do well about video encoding and the quality. And I don't like to say that, you know, because I am not a brand guy in the first place. I don't really care who builds what. It's more like I try to avoid certain brands, if anything. But I don't prefer brands because of the brand. It's more about, is something practical or not? And if you want to encode like quality videos with nice picture, more detail, less fragmented, less blocky and all that, you have to go with NVIDIA these days. Unfortunately, that's just how it is right now. But yes, your pre-built there from California, long way. Ship it from California all the way to the east. All the way to the east. Long way can go all kinds of stuff wrong. Today it's not really an issue anymore at all. They have all the dedicated BIOS USB. Without RAM, without CPU, you can firmware update it. Back to the figure. I guess it's dry enough for another layer of gold. We have to. Because it's shining through all kinds of spots. Especially on the cape. And then it's not easy pliable. Let's get going. Watching paint dry, amazing. And I don't know about the encoders of Macs, especially because M1, M2, M3 are, as far as I know, a little bit different. I hope they improved over the time instead of making it worse. Doesn't want to stay on the tip. We all don't know if MrsSarge is still around. Or if maybe the drywall has fallen on her and she's now in the hospital. Okay, first your cape. Sometimes I fuck it up really badly. And El Mascarado is probably like the main attraction at the funeral. Like special guest. And I don't know, UrhG, doesn't have Canada maybe also extended warranty compared to the US? Because socialistic country like Switzerland? Two years here. Sounds like a government overreach, right? To demand a longer warranty and all that, but that is an incentive for manufacturer to give you a little bit more quality, you know, on the same product. Because they can't afford to ask like double the price really. Otherwise, they would not be bought in the first place either. So they have to think about twice what they are producing. It's going to be good for the market and for the consumer and all that. BBC lover. As usual, he probably has one in his mouth right now. What is going on in Phoenix, Arizona? Is your wife still alive? Well, that doesn't prevent you from having another one right now. If anything, you need like a break from the last one with a new one. We still haven't heard about your wife. That was like 2 hours ago or more when she said something about the drywall and checking it and... is she still alive? Or you already collected the insurance money? Oh yeah, quality fast food. Washing your dirty underwear, I see. It's coming together here. Not super nice, but somewhat okay. We have to learn every Sunday more and more. And one lecture is this gold paint is dog shit. Next time a different approach. Not painting on gray, brown or dark blue. A what? What do you mean with barber pole? The cigars that are just wrapped with 2 colors? Or a real barber pole? Are you gonna go lick it, or? I'm confused what you mean. And I'm afraid to ask if I really want to know. Do we really want to know, guys? He might tell us some private weekend stories. Some very private ones. Like this link. Well, you fool, I can't look it up now. So I guess Haste is seeing it. He can tell you if that's a cigar or not. And it sounds like it's considered a cigar. Oh, Sarge, can you please tell everybody that you stopped smoking and the reason why you decided with your wife to stop smoking? I did not. Sure. Keep telling that to yourself. One day you're gonna believe it. But I guess health-wise a little bit better, because you're not pumping that into your lung. Good deal there, Sarge. Just wanted to make sure why you stopped smoking, you know, about the reasons. I'm pretty sure for you, Sarge, it's actually still like habit a lot. You just need that thing in your mouth. It's not like the sucking in into your lung, but just having that something in your hands. It's like still that addiction. And since the amount of having something in your fingers probably not changing, that's why it's going to be more expensive for now. But you're enjoying those BBCs a lot. Ooh, I almost broke the fucking staff on the end. Potentially. Most likely, yes. They make me. How I cook. Toe. Not sure about that question. Rephrase it. Cocktail is a Canadian too. So we can't take him too serious either. Look it out, my junk! Maybe Lisa couldn't phrase your question super well. Canadians want you to kill yourself and for free. Every government sucks balls. There is zero exceptions on this planet. I guess Cocteau doesn't want an answer to his question. I give you another chance. Rephrase your questions. No, you're not. Every government that prevents you to go into your own fucking woods in your backyard for climate change reasons can go fuck their mamas. For a heart attack. Another one. Hey, piggy. Well, you say a lot of A's, don't you? So I'm not sure. Does the Canadian A even mean anything, or is it just some noise at the end of every phrase? But you do. You just admitted that you do still. Okay. Cocteau, are you maybe an... What is it called? A hypochonder? Oh no. No more scotch for breakfast. The humanity. Next they tell you sucking cock all the time might hurt your teeth. I mean, it's not true, but it's still infringing your rights. I don't know if money is involved. I see them doing all kinds of shady shit and tell you all nonsense. Just like they did a few years ago. Oh shit. Bad touch. Okay, some of those tips looking at least good. Thanks, ouch. Okay. You still haven't told me why you are there. Why do I have to ask so often, you little bitch? You are a minority. Now that track sounds like some Super Nintendo music. Kind of like a slow level in a shooter. Okay. That's fine. Well, Cocteau, first, I'm not a simpleton. Calling me a simp, coming from you, sounds almost like an insult. But I know better that you're the simp here. Because Lisa is talking in my ears, so you might just needed some commas somewhere to make it sound more coherent. That's all I'm saying. I guess we need a little bit more gold paint, because whatever we have here, it's pretty dried up. I had pizza myself today. Yeah, but you're a city Mexican boy. You can't handle the quietness, the silence, right? Isn't that what you told me last time? You need noises. Maybe go for more noises to Chicago, I don't know. Having those sweet shootings, no matter what time of the day it is. To do more nothing. He might come back. Now here's the thing, Cocteau. Why would you need to be having shaved balls for anything related to your heart? Just for fun. I'm not believing you. I don't know how old you are, but I'm pretty sure nurses are not getting like anything of that. First, I'm not gonna look it up. Secondly, I can't right now anyway. I mean the lack of my confidence in your ball story. Maybe that's what you wish for. That a nurse just comes into your room. So, mister, let's shave your balls. Just for fun. I mean, it's kind of a nice wish, but... maybe. I never heard chicks like being up for that. Never heard like chicks going around and searching for boys with hairy balls because they enjoy it so much to shave them. That sounds like a lot of wishful thinking. So, her chest area, let's see. There are some spots that need a little bit thicker gold layers. Overall, it starts to looking okay. Speaking of looking okay, down in the video description we have more information about this figure, where I bought it, and that you can get into the You had your balls shaved twice. Yeah, still sounds not very believable, that's all. You want to get into the raffle, into the Wheel of Fortune with a raffle ticket, you still have chances. What, being skeptical and not believing everything I see and hear right away? Well, that's me, yes. Now this paint is getting like silly thick. That makes any sense. That doesn't sound like something you are supposed to brag about. Almost out of that somewhat okay gold paint, I guess. Let me put you about upright. And we need to mix some more gold. Not a lot, but we need some. Put it up here. Paper towels. We need a little bit more attention on her shoulder pad. Well, do you really need your nets still? Dear Sarge? It's not like you're gonna make a lot of more babies. I'm pretty sure MrsSarge doesn't have the ability anymore. So what's the point? Well, a Thai ladyboy might be more careful, I don't know. Because he knows best how to do it, probably. Just cleaning some brushes while it's still drying up a little bit more. It's our first brush cleaning today. Yeah, but you don't need balls for that. Technically. I mean, when both are completely gone, yeah, there might be an issue for you, like getting motivation. Today's water here, I'm cleaning my brushes. Just slightly yellow. A real mess here. You can send them to, what was it? DearSargeVideos@gmail.com, something like that. He can verify the quality of the pictures. And then just keep it for himself. I don't need to see them. Those are not appetizers for me, buddy. I didn't ask for anything balls related. I am very okay without knowing about all your balls. I have to match the same gold. Looks good. Those little cocktail spoon steer thing is perfect. Cheapest Chinesium does the job. Well, how the fuck can I verify? You could just send me some fucking balls pictures. For all I know, so that wouldn't help anybody. Again, send them to DearSargeVideos@gmail.com. Or correct me, Dear Sarge, if that was like the wrong email. I'm pretty sure that was the correct email. Okay, brushy brush. We don't want to do big one. This one. I thought I had a slightly wide one. Why are you lying? Again, I didn't start the balls talking. There you have the correct email. Ouch. Send it to him. Make him happy. I didn't send the shirt to you, MrsSarge. I sent it to your husband. Yeah, do that. I hope nobody comes into the room and sees that. They might have some question and think about your mental health there. Do that exactly. Go. Sarge can't wait for those pictures. Yeah, they're gonna make a scan of your balls, ball sack wrinkles. It's gonna be nice and tight. There's very, very small, tiny details on our stupid shoulder pad. Yeah, and you can get one for free. And Sarge, you might not know, maybe Kokto has a Turkish family name. I don't know. Like Mustafa. Or Osmans. I guess you would be okay with that. Okay. Shoulder pads, sides. Whatever you are, just send the pictures to Sarge. But please, high resolution and close-ups. You love that ball fucking talk, don't you? Now on her forehand armor here. She starts looking okay. The gold is covering more, but it's like the third layer I'm putting on. Still not super happy about the white. Not super happy about that. Yeah, thinking about Rumble communities, probably. Maybe. Okay, what did I miss gold-wise? She can stay on her stand for a second. Come on. Don't fall. Let's put another layer here on her staff. And those flame-like thingies here. Have fun shaving your balls. Or letting them be shaved. Yeah, but ouch my junk. Did you got a permit to pray? Because I think it's not far from the UK, mentally wise. You're not allowed to pray everywhere. Ma'am, what are you doing here? Nothing, just praying. Well, you can't pray in front of this building. Like, really? Like, that's an issue? You either think you're serving a different fucking deity, and therefore that particular prayer is not towards that deity, and that's why it's a threat. Or you should think prayers are not going to do anything anyway, and therefore not being involved in anything like that in the first place. But yes, I know of two clips that a woman, and I think a man it was, not entirely sure though, but for absolutely sure, one woman got fined because she prayed in front of a abortion clinic. Like, my prayers are so powerful The abortion is going to be cancelled somehow. That's what the police really believes too. That's why they need to prevent that. A little bit bananas. And that also shows you they consider life as dangerous. You know? Crazy, isn't it? Okay. You're gonna dry here on the side. Now we need some blue, some kind of shiny blue, light blue for the crystals on the staff. Let's see what we got. We have this denim blue, the peacock blue, and we have a regular white blue. So the crystal is going to be in the center, probably a little bit darker, and towards outside maybe more like this peacock bluish. With the crystal, I mean this one. On the staff at the top. Maybe I should paint one layer with the light blue and then look out for the rest. I think that might be a not too stupid idea. We haven't opened the light blue yet. Never used it. Good adhesive on this one, holy shit. Looks like a nice light blue. Okie dokie. Do we need to thin it a little bit? Nah, probably not. Probably not really necessary. Feels thin enough already. I hope Cocteau sends Sarge some pictures. That would be kind of hilarious. Maybe Ouch My Junk would get jealous of them. Ah, fucker. I fucked it up. Okay. We kind of saved it. You need calm hands for this kind of work. Well, I guess good that I'm not depending my life on this hobby right now. We just need one nice layer of this blue. We can put the shiny blues on it with a gradient. Center-wise, more darkish. Okay, you dry. Clean out my spoons. To the other blues. Maybe even mix a little bit of white in the light one. After I opened it. Making my fingers dirty, feel like a toddler with paint on my hands. We can put some in here and see how that's gonna look. Another one with white. White. The enemies open. Oh, what is this? Why is this? Oh, that must have been blue, darker blue from last time. Put in some here. That's more than enough. Ah, wait. I wanted to put some in here. And I actually bought another white, which according to them it's high pigmented, meaning more particles. That hopefully makes it thicker. I'm not sure. But acrylic paint is usually super cheap actually overall. And again, maybe I need to use different kind of paint. Okay. Oh, we don't have white in here. Just a little droppy drop. A drop of water. Yeah, it's shimmering, but very whitish. Looks actually good. At first, this white looks to be very strong. But doesn't tell me a lot about if it's strong in covering. Let's get some white, get some blue in the white. Just a tiny bit. Oh yeah, that it was kind of the perfect amount. Okie dokie. Getting somewhere. Chat has died. They can't talk about balls, so they don't talk at all, it seems. Kind of sad. Is balls the only thing that keeps you going? Well, you would be a suddenly died. That's just what happens in the 20s of this century. Okay, let's try the crystal on the staff here. Just for some reason, young people suddenly died a lot in the 20s of this century. A true mystery, wasn't it? Or isn't it still? Well, it's an extended ATX, so it should, absolutely. The main board is a regular ATX size. But you don't need that case, just get a case that looks good to you. I go with practical approaches to that kind of things. Come on. I have, what brand is it? I don't even remember the brand. 400D something something. Or 700D, I think it's the big one. I think it was a Corsair. In my 20s, I was more the guy who wanted to look everything super nice and fancy and extraordinary. So I had a metal case, a full metal case which had a door. And then you can access the stuff. And the door was shaped like a shark. You would probably still find that case. I don't know the brand anymore. But was a kind of fancy one. Okay, we said in the middle part. Kind of darkish. make it a little bit darkish. Then we can make kind of a gradient. I don't know, the middle part is not dark enough. Well. We have a black, flash black, which has also shimmering particles. And usually we don't need a lot of black at all. Kind of probably already enough. Just to darken it up a tiny bit more. They shouldn't put some lip on the lid here to get it easier off. Such a mess. More glitter. They will. The only concern might be because I had this problem with my system. When the RAM was not recognized right away, just nothing happened. But after research, and I remembered I had this case already once later on, that you need to put only one RAM stick into your system for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure I had this problem not though with my Intels ever. I think it was on my older AMD I gave away, by the way, if some people are long enough on this channel and remember that. gigantic giveaway. Yeah, I know about that. But that's more for like people who have no idea about RAM. Like if it works the DDR4 with a DDR5 main board. But yeah, maybe your main board has just prepared BIOS with already 2 sticks in it. Because no matter what I did, but after I did that, mainboard started. Putting only 1 RAM stick, it started, and I was happy. Yeah, I mean, on their list, usually they are kind of inconsistent, and very often they don't update those either, those lists. Like they might fix actually a lot with a firmware, with a BIOS update. But on their memory list, they don't update it. And there's also no reason why a RAM stick or a pair shouldn't work when you have it from a different brand with the same speeds. But it can happen, for sure. Yeah, only if it's on your end, if you have the same, like, just your mainboard doesn't do anything, just powers up, that's all. You see just some LEDs lighting up on the mainboard. Then you do that. You don't need to do it right away. Yeah, but these days all of them are like super tied to the chipsets, like specifications. It really shouldn't matter at all. Not even a bit, actually. Does it look like a crystal? I think it starts to look like one. Just do a little bit better gradients. Like you don't want any harsh like cuts from one color to the other. Oh, I touched the gold. That's not cool. It's gonna need another. Yeah, but he shouldn't mess around with overclocking. Like an X870 mainboard is gonna have all kinds of options to overclock. But you better learn how to do that. Even I'm not bothering at all with overclocking these days. Just do the XMP profile, that's gonna be enough for me. It looks like a nice crystal, actually. On camera, you don't see it like so well like I'm seeing it with my own eyes in front of me. It really looks nice. I'm gonna let it dry, then we have to do another, probably a last layer with gold on those parts. Then the staff top is done. So much blue left. Well, it's okay. Clean out this brush, clean out my spoons. And then we have to pay again attention to the gold on her. Maybe before we do that, actually this crystal, I completely forgot about this ball. The end. We're gonna do kind of the same. In the center, the darkish parts. It would dry out. I would need to suck probably out the air of the bag somehow. It's not gonna be worth it. It's not a lot of paint. And like I said, actually the paint, acrylic, pretty cheap, luckily. MrsSarge, you could do some work right now for me. Find paint, different paint than acrylic. Maybe there's lead paint still around and that might be better for like covering in general. I have no idea. The stream preview picture tells you the truth. Noob paints. Okay, the crystal part on this one is not working as intended. It's all right though. Well, she tells me she likes me, so how she could show if she really likes me or not. Help me out while I'm doing my painting here. Just saying. Well, certain colors really don't stick well, don't cover like darker parts, like white. Like the white, the gold. Although here it looks like nice, it looks like good gold, but I need to do like 3, 4, 5 layers till it's covering the dark blue, the dark brown. And you still see it in the white too, like the gray shining a little bit through. I mean, if I'm gonna keep using that kind of paint, I need a different approach. Like I said at the beginning, where nobody besides Ouch My Junk was here, I ordered a very cheap paintbrush set. It doesn't need to be precise, but I can fill it with a white paint and do the primer in white. Might be better than this darkish gray I had here. Just need to try out stuff, that's all. Okay, where do we need to put more attention on the gold parts? Like especially here on this brownish. Before we do that, we might... Let me check again on the picture at her boots. So the threads, it's going to be a very dark gray, but around the threads, the holes, and the tip of the boot is going to be gold too. There is that. Are you gonna eat at this ghost town? Did you already eat? And also the rim at the top of the boots. Actually, I should have done that already. I'm doing now the first layer on it. Silly me. You're being suspicious, El Mascarado. Watch out. If they want to see your ID just for no good reason, you better run. Yeah, the top of her boots are kind of very tricky right now. But that is the best I can do. Now, from top to bottom, it's kind of a long line. What can go wrong? It's like a super thin line. You hate it, sure. Maybe we can send the government some anonymous tips about you. This dude behaves very suspicious. He is actually Mexican. Something wrong with him. Come on, you stupid paint. Why do I have to put so much on my brush? Okay, I'm gonna use a smaller tip brush. Eileen. Come on, Eileen. No, don't come on, Eileen, man. MrsSarge, I just said I used fucking gray primer. That's what I said, MrsSarge. The primer, the gray one, is still not being covered by the white. No. But now again, I used fucking primer, gray one. In a can. Told that last time, I told that today at least 3 times now. Guess you just hate to listen to me, actually. You're all just here to make fun of me and my accent, aren't you? Did you ask Google AI? I bet you did. MrsSarge is a Gemini simp. They are probably super dangerous for the environment and masquerade. We can't have Sharpies here. Hell, that's what I said. And at the top, it gives you like on every other fucking search engines, the AI fucking nonsense. MrsSarge got caught by Google AI. The first answer must be the right one. Army paint I can't get here. I'm not gonna paint with Sharpies. Are you bananas? No. You are fajitas. Well, not bananas, you are avocados. At least there is an AI, no. Fuck all the AIs. Well, you have with the AI now also assisted. It's the same bullshit. It's not assisted at all. I was not impressed. It was not bad, but I was not impressed when MrsSarge's sister invited us. I'm just into good food. I don't care who makes it. Now let's see what the Mexican tells us about the Mirage place. Be honest, little burrito guy. Is that a chain, MrsSarge? Has to be, otherwise it wouldn't tell him anything. Well, then most likely he doesn't know about it. Okay, let's see. Our boots have the first layer. We need to do the belt stuff. We need some kind of gray, a very darkish gray. We might use some silver, put in some black. Don't need a whole lot. It's gonna be some shimmery, dark gray. And be a tiny bit darker. That's gonna be enough. We really don't need a lot of that actually. Come here, lady. Congrats. Looks okay. Looks okay. Let's make this also dark. And with this shimmering, it looks more like it's actually metal. What? Not really sure what you mean with that. It looks nicey nice. This corner needs a little bit more. I bet El Mascarado is actually super into Space Movie 1992. Oh, she has a crystal here. I completely forgot about that. Well, we still have a lot of blue. There shouldn't be an issue. We're gonna make it hopefully looking good. Very careful. I think I'm going to keep it only to this darker blue. Doing it as precise as possible. So when it's gonna dry out, it's gonna look pretty neat. I applied it quite thick, just not from every side. It looks like from below it needs a little bit more. Okay. That's a nice separation from the rest. Other than that, let's see. We need kind of shading in everything. And I'm not sure if I can recreate whatever that is. We need some shading around her waist, on those belts. The threads in her arms, you see them pretty much only on this picture. They are also golden. I should do that right now. And she has some threads on her chest. Just drank some tea. Just kind of making crosses here. There's no way I can make this detailed, really. The threads are like extruded. You could feel them if you would go over it. So the paint kind of sticks to it. It's not amazingly, but it gives you a pretty good idea that there's threads there. The threads on her chest, they are also kind of golden actually. I have one crazy idea. Make it tiny bit darker golden. It's gonna work. Very, very tiny details there. Okay, we need another layer on her clothing, on her cape, with regular gold. Because some spots you can see the blue too well through, which I don't like. Ooh, watch out, bitch. Don't fall. I'm just trying to cover edges as good as possible. Yeah, lie to me more, Haste. Lie to me. Be like the market department. Certain spots, really the color just doesn't want to stick. Not to overblend it, nothing. We're gonna do this badge or insignia, whatever that is. It is not peeling, that's not the issue here, it's just not sticking. Or not covering, really. I'm pretty sure you don't sand the resin figures. That sounds like a extra bad idea. Sanding the resin figure sounds like a horrible, horrible idea. I might be wrong, I'm zero expert, but it sounds like a really bad idea. Well, do you want now a trophy for participation, MrsSarge? I was there. I helped. Maybe you're gonna win this trophy. Who knows? No, the primer was not the issue. Primer sticked very well. Again, primer molecular level. Well, I guess depends on how it was heated. Do we need something here? You know what? I'm gonna make that part here a little bit darker. Giving it the appeal of metal. The sanding would only make sense if it was like too smooth of a surface. The primer sticking was not the issue. I'm going to tell you now for the fourth time. The primer was not an issue to stick on it. It's the color, the white, not covering it nice enough. Like, no matter if I thin it or whatever, or make it really thick, too thick looks just ugly, which you're gonna see on certain spots, the Mononoke figure. But the primer was not an issue. The spray was very well received by the figure. Okay. Not too smooth, no. Well, she didn't say hi as usual. That's like the fourth time in a row I'm telling her, open your mouth, say something. She probably just used eggplants. I guess she doesn't learn, or doesn't want to. Yeah, she's super big into eggplants. Then she's gonna leave the stream in about 10 minutes. Just to get upset at news about retards in the US. Instead of having a good time here. Okay, this side is pretty dried. It's okay. How does the glove look? We're gonna have to do another layer on the back of the hand. Just some small details here. Very tiny, tiny. Maybe people in Australia are getting like contingent on how long they can stay on certain streams. Not me. I just told you she is the one. What is the book about, Sarge? Eggplants? You're making hazel salad horny? Sounds like a you problem. That's your excuse for everything. I have none. It just shows what you like to see. Yes. It's still about the Gladio stuff. How do we keep the commies away? Well, let's kill our people ourselves. That is gonna fix the problem. Fuck our people. Oh, I touched something I shouldn't have touched. Let's see. Maybe we'll need to limit the freedom of speech to save it. Yeah, I bet that's what many people like to think. But if you think that's a valid solution, like preserving your civilization and rights by demolishing those rights and even killing people, well, I got news for you. That's exactly not how you do it. I mean, who would fall for that in the first place? Like, yes, it's better if we kill our people ourselves. And I'm talking here about real world events, mainly in Italy. Project Gladio was a thing. Bombing cars, blaming the commies. Win-win. Call me crazy, but I think the dead people, the people who got murdered, most likely don't agree with that approach. Okay. Now we need to start thinking about her face. Her eyes. And primarily the lips. Eyes and lips. It would be stupid as fuck. Just trying to figure out if I forgot something very important. Are you today on drugs, buddy? What's wrong with you? Or didn't you take enough? I don't know, but obviously something wrong. Or you're just being yourself, meaning soulless. Silly ginger. Okay, this free shit I got reached its limits because it's not soaking up any color. So get rid of that. We gotta get another piece of cloth. Just a second. I guess that's what a soulless would say. I really wonder where that came from, this saying of the gingers have no soul. Pretty sure it has something to do with the church and saw those ginger women jumping with passion on every dick. Something like that. Okay. Guess we don't need any blues in him anymore. I'm gonna throw away this palette because I got plenty of palettes. Yeah. Your photo tells a different story. It's very gingerish. We're gonna need some whitey white. For the eyes, first gonna apply that. What do you mean AI? Have you looked in the fucking mirror? Well, you better tell your camera that for next time you're recording a video. Just to make sure it gets you right. Color of eyes, she has blue. Blue. Sure, Ginger Boy, sure. We're gonna use one of those blues for the eyes, or maybe a mix. And her eyebrows are actually kind of blonde, her original hair color. Which we need a little bit. We have to glue that on her chest, or more like on her neck. And that's a strain of her original hair color here. Also blonde. We have to glue that in after we painted it. Making the blondie blonde. Her hair is almost also kind of golden. So we're gonna mix in a little bit gold. And we don't need a lot here actually. But that's too yellow. Way too dark. So we want them whiteys. That has dried up pretty well. Ooh, yeah. Very useless. It was closed, but didn't help. But we have... you know what? So much white here. Yeah, that looks not too bad. You know what? Give me all that white. Which is the best mayo, by the way. If you like mayo and mustard, it's gonna save you a lot of time on your food. I buy mayo mustard or mustard mayo. I guess it's more mayo than mustard. And from time to time I make mayo myself, which is kind of actually very easy to do, and you should do it. And you should do it if you want like real good quality. Just get very decent oil. If you're the olive oil guy, get olive oil. We have good sunflower oil here. I wouldn't use rape oil. No canola. I tried it with peanut oil. Very interesting taste. Not bad, but kind of a strange taste for mayo. Okay, her eyebrows. I need a tiny bit. Come here, lady. You can barely see it on camera. Yeah, but we are talking about the eyebrows. Okay, I guess that kind of works. It's a very light blonde yellow. That's what she has. Her mouth. Kind of a cherry red. Let's see how we can establish that tiny bit. Pink, pink, red. And maybe fragments of, I don't know, black. Let's see how that goes. Let's see how that will go. Yeah, we can probably actually use this one. Maybe if I have purple, I have purple. I don't know how that will come out. Instead of black. Only one way to find out. Yeah, I kind of like whatever that is. And we really don't need more. It's literally only for her lips. That's gonna be plenty. Okay, lady, let me touch your lips. Literally doing just with the tip, like on the corner of the lips of the mouth. Ah, that looks not too bad. Let's keep her this way. Now you can see kind of the gold not covering everything perfectly in super close up. Her eyes a little bit messed up. on one side there with the white Q-tips. Hopefully we can fix like inside a little bit, cleaning it up. But that's like super close up, so. Trying to scrape off a little bit the white. Just not too much. Now we have a super tiny like hole here. That's gonna be all right. No need to overcorrect. You would be hard pressed like seeing it. But now you can see what I mean with not covering well the paint. Even this pinkish skin color was like a lot of white in it. You see like multiple layers and still not sticking super well. On the gold, you see the blue and the gray shining through in this close-up. It looks okay-ish, like just having it in hand. Even here on the chest, like certain areas shining through. The blue, on the other hand, has really good pigmentation. It covered the gray perfectly well. I had just a few spots where the gray was bleeding through. The brown was the best. The brown was like the best. Only one layer covered the gray completely super well. Here on the shoes too, you see. No. That's what pissed me off. It might be more difficult to produce like the white with really nice, a lot of pigments, like small white, good, smooth covering particles. Might be just way more expensive or more difficult. But yes, I had to do like four layers here. But I bet there are other techniques I have not learned yet to make it look better and all that. Maybe you need to do it like super thin with the white and just have to go layers over layers, like very thin, without producing like certain spots where it's just thicker. I don't know. I'm not a paint expert. Noob paints. But overall, it looks okay. I could go with another layer of gold I'm gonna leave it like it is. It is what it is. What we need to do is the blonde hair strain here. I had some tweezers. Where did I put those? I had multiple ones. Like to hold this piece of hair. Let's use this one. And this part we need to glue in her head. Hopefully that's gonna stay in place. I guess that's actually already good. Kind of glad. Don't want to do a third layer. Put it aside to let it dry. Now she has another one of those insignia which comes like at the below her neck, which needs brown and gold. Well, why didn't I paint it already brown? What color is brown? Do. Tiny bit of blacky blacks. And I'm gonna use champagne gold instead of red. Because why not? We might need still red. That's okay. Actually, those cocktail things have like this ball at the end. Might try that just to see how it works. Mixing wise, you get like everything, but also a lot of paint wasted. We don't need a lot of paint for this small piece, but still. You're gonna waste like half of it. Now we have a really nice brown. It's a shiny, glittering brown. Makes this neck belt look a little bit more valuable. That makes sense. But now you have to dry. So we're not gonna paint any more on her. We are like done. Maybe when we now glue the staff together, we need to try to figure out the blue on the staff. Well, this brown, yes, but I guess that's because it was a lot of yeah, but I'm gonna wait longer for the white to be really dry. Super, super dry. What was I saying? Yeah, glue the staff together. So I tried to find like the best glue, and supposedly according to all the ratings, thousands and thousands of ratings, that was the best I could find on Amazon at least. Let's find out, I guess. Let's find out, I guess, now. Need to find the right direction and spot. Don't tell me what to do. It is super glue. And it is supposed to dry very fast. Well, so much for drying super fast. Usually such super glue, which in German they call it seconds glue, doesn't need more than 10 seconds to start really already drying out. But I guess that's what I get for trusting the thousands and thousands of 5-star ratings. We're just gonna be here now for a minute or two. I bet Haste Zealot loves to eat that glue. Yeah, when you have like 10, 15 on a product and all are like high rating on a new product. Yes. But buying like thousands and thousands of rating for just a glue, kind of harder task. But I haven't read how many seconds it really wants. What, you're even more retarded? Okay, it's kind of holding. Should put the cap on. Holding it vertical. Just tells me if you have contact with your eyes, call your doctor immediately. But they give you 0 claims on how many seconds it takes. I guess a smart move. Just gonna keep her vertical now. I'm gonna go over to my desk while I'm holding her the whole time and drink some more tea. Her eyes are close to probably very dry. Those 2 pieces probably to be very dry. We need some gold on that belt insignia thingy. A little bit of the dark belt ring, or however you call that thing. I don't even know in English. We have still this darkish metal thing. Tea and crumpets. No crumpets here. Wow, 7 people watching. I guess people don't like arts and crafting. Or at least not mine. I feel like the staff is gonna break again. Maybe I should have done the eyes first and then glue it. It's gonna be all right. It's gonna work out. What was that music? I didn't touch you. Not even a tiny bit. So, well, I don't know if that's a good idea on the side. That's gonna really help. Because it's not touching like the sides, you know? It's not gonna stick the sides, just with glue a little bit. The surface where it was broken, that is glued. I don't need to paint over it. It's like clear glue. That's fine. Whoever is gonna get it has to deal with it. If it's gonna break again, well, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. It feels like it's holding, you know? And you don't see the breaks super well. If you take a few minutes to like check out the whole figure, yeah, you're gonna see it for sure. Right now it's kind of okay. Okay, what is left? Let's put her to the side. See if that is dry. Small brush, please. We have a need for gold. Make that cross and that circle golden. I don't know about the symbolism in World of Warcraft or in Warcraft in general about the crosses being holy, because that universe there was no Jesus. Wishful thinking once more. Why you see stuff like that? Are you thirsty for some dicks? What happened to the music? Not really, but a little bit, yes. It's a little belt with an insignia. But sure, you like to see dildos, you're gonna see dildos. What the heck happened to the music? Huh? What? Sure. I have a suggestion for you, Haste. Because you said now in about not even 2 minutes, what, 3 times dildo? Go to Amazon.com, just type in purple dildos and buy the first one it shows you, okay? No, he wants dildos. He doesn't want candles. No? Well, how about then you stop talking about purple dildos? Otherwise people might think you really love them dildos. Just a tiny suggestion. Just an idea. Heck, I don't care for World of Warcraft anymore. I'm talking about you and your obsession about dildos. For all I care, you can call everything in Warcraft lore dildo. That looks actually fine. Not like perfect or anything, but for sure fine. We have now contrast. Oh shit, bitch. And just keep drying. Now to her eyes. It's gonna be a tricky one. Giving her nice eyes. And which blue we shall use? We have a few different blues here. The brushes are not big in the first place. That's not really the issue. It's more about the paint. How well the paint is. It's going to be applied to it. First though, kind of like this shimmering blue. It's unsharp because the figure is in focus a little bit higher, but maybe mixing like those two or either those two. We really don't need a lot, so easy going with the ball, making it a more even mix. The ball works perfect for that. need a little bit space here. I like mine. Do you also like mine? The brush is nice and small, but my hand is just slightly moving in circles. I should leave it like it is. That looks not perfect, but very fine. Maybe this one is a little bit smaller. I think I'm gonna leave it like it is right now. That looks good enough. We don't need to overdo anything. What I can do is zoom in so we can really observe how bad it is. Well, you said hi, you are not entirely gay. It's a very, very tiny spot. So as a comparison to the brush is about 2.5, maybe 3 millimeters long. Just as a comparison, if you can imagine how small that stuff is. That's very zoomed in again. That's a little bit more reasonable zoom. Still looks okay. And when you hold it in your hands, it's gonna look fine. Where's my picture? I don't know if I should try that. But in her tail here, in her ponytail, kind of ponytail, braided, she has certain strings of blonde still in it too. Now, should I or should I leave it like it is? Not gonna mess with that. It's gonna be like the tiniest lines. That's not gonna work. Not gonna happen. She needs some shades on her chest, on those belts. That's what she needs. Let's make some blondish strains here. 1, 2. She needs eyeliner. MrsSarge, how did it work out, you and makeup in Vegas? How did that work out for you? And like here is also a little bit something. There, that's good. Good enough. Well, that was not the question, not even close. Question is, or was, you demanding eyeliner here, and I asking you, how did it work out for you? Okay, here. If you win this figure, you can do with her whatever you want. If you win, do whatever you want. Just cleaning out some stuff here. We have 4 brushes to clean. Then we pretty much just gonna glue those 2 little pieces on her and call it finished. I mean, I'm gonna let it dry really nice out overnight, and tomorrow I'm gonna put a coating, a protection coating on it. Finisher. And our homemade Jaina Proudmoore is done. Okay, now the small pieces. Ooh, I almost tipped her over. First, the little chest piece here. Just see where the hole is. We need the glue. We don't need a whole lot. Kind of want to. Use the corner here. Dip the tip into the glue and let's not fuck it up. It's gonna be kind of tricky, it seems. Now we have to put some pressure. Ah, you son of a whore. Why are you messing around, dude? Come on. Don't like that. It's like too high. Okay. I have a different idea. I'm gonna cut like this piece off and just glue it straight on it. That whole stuff, which he has a hole on the chest, you see it. Maybe you don't see it very well. She has here, tiny hole. That doesn't want to get in there. So I might as well just cut it off and glue the whole thing on it. I'm pretty sure that's how it's gonna be okay. There. If necessary, I can pour in some glue from below or above, but I have the feeling that's not going to be necessary. The hair is going to be similar, tricky though, with a tiny hole that it's not going to stick super well, I think. Why I didn't dip it in my tweezers here, what the heck? Silly. I think I have to put some glue here on the hair because the contact surface is not very big. A tiny drop of super glue is hopefully gonna do the trick. That's gonna work. Pretty sure. There. Whatever remnants we have residue on my tweezers has to go before it hardens. But other than that, we have to wait a few seconds for the glue to really harden out. And I'm not going to glue her into her stand, which is this. I'm gonna ship it in 2 parts. Kind of similar like I did with Mononoke in 3 parts, Wolf, Stand, and Mononoke herself. While she keeps drying, I'm gonna clean out. Let's see. This is, I think, it's not worth to put all the brushing work in that. Saying bye-bye. That's why those cheap pallets are for, actually. I cleaned out the last 2 times. Actually 3 times. Those small pallets. But they gotten just too colorful. This one, for example, I still can use. Not on this side, probably. Dirty hands. But yes, we are pretty much done. I can put her here. She can dry out at this spot. Maybe I'm gonna put on the side more glue. Not sure if that's gonna help us on the staff, because there is no surface for parts of the staff to really stick together. The glue would be the only thing. And for that to work out, you need kind of a lot of glue around it, making it a lump. Not sure if that's gonna do anything. But yes, everybody, that's pretty much it. I'm gonna try, hopefully that's gonna work out, do a news show tomorrow. What was that? A screw fell down. News show tomorrow, hopefully. I have to do some news show this week. Other than that, 29th, which is the Thursday, and 30th, 24-hour stream. Everybody forgot, nobody is listening, nobody's around, as usual. But that's the time when I'm gonna roll the wheel, spin the wheel, and somebody's gonna win. Jaina Proudmoore. And you can get more raffle tickets if you want. Tell other people, give them a chance with 1 raffle ticket, whatever. And we're gonna do some shots. I'm gonna drink just cream liqueur. Don't know when exactly I'm gonna start, but that's how we're gonna raise some money. We kind of gonna go combine it, the gifteds with the shots and getting a raffle. So if somebody is interested outside of you regulars, tell them. And we're gonna celebrate a little bit there for MrsSarge's birthday on the 30th. And there's one game I'm gonna play through because I need to fill out those 24 hours. And I'm gonna replay, never did it on stream, Far Cry 5. Far Cry 5. Because I think story-wise, Far Cry 5 is probably my favorite. Gameplay-wise, it's not much different than the others, but story-wise, I think 5 is the best. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna be able just to play it through. Probably a few hours then left. So we're gonna probably gonna finish also Final Fantasy VII, which I grinded like crazy. Leveled up my characters from about 50-ish to 75-ish now. It's gonna be reaching the end of that game. Other than that, guys, have a nice rest of your day, morning, evening, afternoon, whatever it is. Till next time. Bye bye.